morning.
Willie and Hoda, good morning. President Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin about to hold their historic talks. Both arrived a short time ago at the presidential palace, just a few blocks from where we are. This is the room. There's John Bolton there, standing there, the national security advisor. We're waiting to see the two presidents appear for the first time. They will hold a bilateral meeting. 90 minutes, just the two of them and interpreters speak among themselves. It will later broaden out to bring other staff members in for a working lunch. This is a meeting that's been highly anticipated. In fact, the tone and some of the topics on the table may have been changing even as the president has been on the road on his European trip. I'm joined in our coverage by Kristen Welker, our NBC News White House correspondent, also Ambassador Michael McFaul, who was a U.S. ambassador to Russia for a couple of years under the Obama administration. Good to have you both here. Kristen, let me start with you. Set the scene for what we know is about to take place.
Well, this is remarkable. President Trump, President Putin are going to be alone in a room for 90 minutes, only their interpreters. What are they going to talk about? That's what we want to know. The president has said he will raise the issue of election meddling. He has new energy and fuel if he wants to do that. Of course, those 12 Russians who were indicted on Friday, Russian intelligence officials, as a part of the broader Mueller investigation into Russian meddling in the 2016 election. But the president, Lester, dismissing the probe yet again this morning. Let me read you his tweets. Quote, "Our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity, and now the rigged witch hunt." So again, referring to it as a witch hunt. By the way, the Russian Foreign Ministry retweeted that and said, "We agree." One other tweet I'll read for you, Lester. He says, "President Obama thought that crooked Hillary was going to win the election, so when he was informed by the FBI about Russian meddling, he said it couldn't happen, was no big deal, and did nothing about it. When I won, it became a big deal, and the rigged witch hunt headed by Strzok." Of course, that's one of those FBI agents who's been under a microscope. Bottom line here, Lester, these tweets were sent out in the hours before this critical meeting, so it sets the tone. Is he going to be tough with Putin? Those who want him to be may not be feeling that confident.
Well, let me bring in Ambassador McFaul. If the president calls it a witch hunt, isn't it likely that Putin parrots that back at him and says, yes, you're right, it's a witch hunt?
Of course. I have no idea why he decided to say that. I have no idea why he decided to blame the United States for the worsening relationship. He didn't mention that Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, annexation which we haven't had since World War II in Europe, by the way. He didn't mention Putin's intervention in Syria in 2015 to prop up Mr. Assad. And most egregiously, he didn't mention the Russian violation of our sovereignty in 2016, underscored by the indictments on Friday. Instead, it's all Obama's fault. Blame America first. I
want to bring in Richard Engel, our correspondent who is in Moscow right now, where they have been reacting to what's happening here. What is the read you're getting in Moscow, Richard?
People here are feeling very confident about this meeting, feeling very confident in general. We just saw President Trump go through Europe, in which he criticized NATO, went after NATO allies, and now the meeting is beginning.
We're seeing the two of them here. Let's just listen for a bit and see if we.
Уважаемый господин президент, мне очень приятно встретиться с вами здесь, на гостеприимной земле Финляндии, в Хельсинки.
Distinguished Mr. President, it's pleasure to meet you, to be able to meet you here on hospitable Finnish soil in Helsinki.
У нас продолжаются постоянные контакты. В предыдущие месяцы мы и по телефону говорили, встречались несколько раз на площадках различных международных мероприятий.
Finland, Helsinki.
We have phone conversations and physical meetings in that on different events, international multilateral events.
Ну, конечно, настало время
continue contacts. Last month we spoke over the telephone. We met with the different international sites.
And now it's time to talk in detail about our bilaterals, as well as some of the hot points worldwide. There's one number for each for us to make note.
Of course, the time just come to
Thank you very much.
Well, first of all,
basically Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate you on a really great World Cup, one of the best ever, from what everybody tells me, one of the best ever, and also for your team itself doing so well.
Во-первых, господин президент, я хочу поздравить вас с успешным окончанием чемпионата мира по футболу. Как всем известно, это был наиболее организованный чемпионат мира по футболу. И хочу также поздравить с международной командой.
I watched quite a bit in the United States. We call it soccer, and I watched quite a bit of it, and I watched the entire final and the semifinals, and they were really spectacular games, but it was beautifully done. So congratulations on that.
Я смотрел за играми, у нас в Соединенных Штатах эта игра называется «Вид футбола». Сокер смотрел на финальную игру, так и полуфинальную игру. Обе были очень интересными.
Most importantly, we have a lot of good things to talk about and things to talk about. We have discussions on everything from trade to military to missiles to nuclear to China. We'll be talking a little bit about China. Our mutual friend, President Xi.
У нас есть огромное количество тем, которые нам надо будет обсудить, очень интересные темы, начиная с таких вопросов, как торговля, коммерция, военные вопросы, также вопросы, связанные с Китаем, с ядерной политикой, поговорим также о нашем друге Чи.
I think we have great opportunities together as two countries that, frankly, we have not been getting along very well for the last number of years. I've been here not too long, but it's getting close to 2 years. But I think we will end up having an extraordinary relationship. I hope so. I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard over the years, and as I campaigned, that getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
У наших двух стран есть огромная возможность для того, чтобы наладить наши взаимоотношения. На протяжении нескольких лет эти отношения не были такие, где-то около 2 лет. Но я думаю, что есть возможность, чтобы эти отношения между нашими странами стали чрезвычайно хорошими. Я во время своей предвыборной кампании говорила о том, что ладить с Россией сделать очень хорошо.
And I really think the world wants to see us get along. We are the two great nuclear powers. We have 90% of the nuclear, and that's not a good thing, it's a bad thing. And I think we hopefully can do something about that, because it's not a positive force, it's a negative force. So we'll be talking about that among other things.
Мы будем говорить о наших ядерных потенциалах. Мы две страны, которые содержат более 90% всех ядерных арсеналов, и это не является чем-то хорошим. Это не очень хорошая вещь, поэтому нам надо делать все для того, чтобы улучшить наше положение по этому вопросу. Я думаю, мы будем говорить непосредственно о вопросах, связанных с ядерной политикой.
And with that, the world awaits, and I look forward to our personal discussion, which I think begins now, and then we're going to meet our whole team. You have quite a few representatives on that, and we all have a lot of questions, and hopefully we'll come up with answers, most importantly. It's great to be with you.
Свою команду, большое количество людей, и я думаю, что мы сможем обсудить большое количество очень важных для нас вопросов.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
So the cameras will be ushered out or turned off, and the two will get down to the business of some of those topics the president brought up, trade and China, among other things. Just a brief opening remarks there from the president, and as we said, they'll now go off into a 90-minute session. Let me bring in Ambassador McFaul. The president talked about something we haven't spent a lot of time on, but nuclear weapons here.
Yes.
Are there points of agreement? What would be the specific issues on the table here?
Well, in 2010, our two countries signed the New START Treaty, reducing by 30% the number of nuclear weapons both sides can have. It expires in the year 2021, and negotiations for what happens after that, I think, need to start now. So I'm encouraged that he put that issue on the list. I was also struck by what was not on the list. Syria was not on the list, Ukraine was not on the list, and Russian meddling, Russian violation of our sovereignty in 2016 was also not on the list.
And Lester, there are some concerns among some of the president's critics that he's going to offer concessions on some of those very points that Ambassador McFaul raises. Will President Trump scale back sanctions against Russia? Will he agree to remove some troops from Syria? Those are some of the things that President Putin wants to ask for. Now, again, you have both sides lowering expectations that there's not going to be some big deal that comes out of these talks. However, that's what I'll be watching for.
All right, well, there is much more to come. We will eventually this morning see the two in a joint news conference, the first time they will have taken questions together. So we'll have coverage throughout the morning here on NBC News. For now, that's an NBC News special report. I'm Lester Holt in Helsinki. Good day.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning, everyone. We're back on the air because President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have just wrapped up their one-on-one talks here in Helsinki. They're now expanding their meetings to include top advisors. Let's listen. Cameras were allowed in, but they appear to be blocked now. That's apparently the only glimpse we'll get. This now is the expanded bilateral in which their various aides are there. They'll go through a working lunch. Significant that the one-on-one meeting went over 2 hours. It was scheduled for 90 minutes. I'm here with Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent. Everything is running behind. President Putin arrived in Helsinki about a half hour late, and this meeting went on longer. Some will read what into that?
Well, we're of course looking for personal chemistry. The fact that that meeting lasted so long, Lester, suggests that there was some common ground or perhaps a number of areas where these two were disagreeing. What has been notable and striking so far, in addition to the fact that that first bilateral meeting went so long, and remember, it was just the two leaders and interpreters in the room at that time, is the fact that when President Trump made his sort of opening remarks to this entire summit, he raised a number of issues that they were going to discuss, everything from the issue in China to other global issues that he wants to address, like nuclear proliferation. But what he didn't talk about, Ukraine, Crimea, and of course, election meddling. Remember, he had vowed that he was going to raise the issue of election meddling heading into this summit. Broad bipartisan calls back in D.C. for him to do exactly that. And yet, what did he do at the start of the day, Lester, before he even arrived at this summit with President Putin? He tweeted. He reiterated his calls that the Russia investigation was a rigged witch hunt. And of course, that comes on the heels of Friday's indictments of 12 Russian intelligence officials. So there are going to be a lot of people in Washington very concerned about the president's tweets today.
Yeah, he basically said it was the U.S. fault that the relations between the two countries were so bad, and didn't seem to mention anything that might displease or cause discomfort or awkwardness. Let's bring in Richard Engel right now. He is watching this the lens of how they're seeing it in Moscow right now. Richard, what's the level of interest in what we're all watching?
Well, the interest is quite high. People here feel that Russia's in a very strong position. This country just successfully hosted the World Cup. It was the center of global media attention. And now they're having this meeting between President Putin and President Trump, even though this indictment dropped, an indictment in which both the President Trump and the Russian government seem to be dismissing it. As Kristen mentioned earlier, President Trump again saying that this whole Russia business, this whole inquiry is a witch hunt, even though we now have a very specific indictment from the Justice Department listing the names of the 12 Russian military intelligence officers that the indictment says were responsible for hacking the DNC and effectively carrying out Watergate on the 2016 election. The Russian government also dismissing that as saying it's something that gets in the way of bilateral relations. So what we're seeing now is President Trump and Vladimir Putin trying to put what they are dismissing as petty issues beside them, while they can focus on the big issues of denuclearization, global stability, global peace, and they don't want to be bothered down by these pesky things like meddling in the U.S. election.
Yeah, Richard, and the question of what's at stake is a broad one, since they came into here with no agenda. And Kristen, I'll turn to you on this. Part of the impact of this is going to be how this is seen from the Europeans. They have, the president left behind him this week a trail of disappointment and bewilderment among Europeans, capping it off with that parting shot yesterday that the EU is a foe. They're going to be watching very carefully to see if this president has cozied up, is treating Putin in a way he's not treating them any longer.
You're absolutely right. And Lester, it was just stunning to be at the NATO summit with President Trump last week. He roiled allies, clashed with them at the NATO summit, and then he went to Britain to meet with the Prime Minister there, Theresa May, criticized her on her home turf. So he went into this summit with that tone. really sort of looking like he wasn't unified with some of America's closest allies. You mentioned the fact that during that interview, he referred to the EU as a foe. Well, the president of the European Council said anyone who refers to the EU as a foe is spreading fake news. So he's already gotten a very sharp rebuke. You had the Prime Minister of Britain saying, look, it's critical that President Trump be unified with his allies going into this meeting. I asked the president during a press conference last week if he's effectively giving Putin the upper hand. He lashed out at me. He said the mere inference of that is fake news in and of itself. But bottom line, he never answered the question, Lester. So that's going to be critical heading into this summit. And I also think about the optics for President Putin. He's coming off of a PR victory himself. He's just finishing the World Cup. President Trump today said it was one of the best World Cups in history, really praising President Putin. There's a lot of concern among allies, among Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill that the president is really looking to reorder some of these traditional alliances.
Let me bring in Andrea Mitchell, our chief foreign affairs correspondent. Looking at everything we saw leading up to the moment that this handshake occurs, is it clear who has the upper hand here? Keeping in mind that Vladimir Putin would like to see some of those sanctions backed off.
It's very clear to me that Vladimir Putin has the upper hand just from the optics of it and the fact that the president went in praising him, saying how important better relations were. No one would argue about that, but he had just on Twitter blamed the worsening relationship, he called it the worst in years, on past stupidity, he said, by prior administrations, and on what he called the rigged witch hunt, in other words, the Mueller probe. So he has already handed Vladimir Putin a propaganda victory. That tweet, that's such a damaging tweet, and it was retweeted by Lavrov's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And they wrote, "We agree," in retweeting it. So they have now taken up President Trump's comments going into this summit. And then he came in for that one-on-one meeting, which went more than 2 hours, without note takers, with no official record, praising Putin, as Kristen said, for the success of the World Cup, and also talking about how important it was to improve relations on a number of issues, nuclear issues and the like, but never mentioning the Mueller investigation.
The next big moment we expect to see is the news conference, which could be within the next couple of hours. The schedule's kind of all over the place right now, so I'm not going to commit to a time, but they will appear together. Given what we've heard from the president, we saw the news conference in England the other day, and keeping in mind we don't really talk about this fake news stuff much because it's, we rise above it. However, he'll be standing next to a man who has been no friend of the media in his own country. I think we're all going to be watching very carefully to see how he handles that issue of what is a fundamental freedom in our country.
And in fact, the president tweeted that the news media are the enemy of the people, which is a Joe Stalin phrase, in one of his tweets this weekend coming into this summit. Kristen, of course, was at that important news conference in the UK at Chequers and knows firsthand what it feels to be a target of the president.
Well, we are watching carefully. This is the last picture we saw a few moments ago. The presidents facing each other, opposite sides. This was essentially the photo op before the cameras were ushered out. They have that working lunch right now. And again, the next time we expect to see them on camera is for that news conference. We'll be back on the air for that. In the meantime, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, Helsinki. Good day, everyone.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
And good day, everyone, from Helsinki. In just a few moments, President Trump and President Putin of Russia will hold a joint news conference following their bilateral meetings at the presidential palace here in Helsinki. They met for about 2 hours, maybe a little over 2 hours, in a private session, the two of them and their respective translators. Then, as part of a working lunch with some of their advisors and experts. The agenda was not clear going in, so we don't know exactly what was discussed, but we may know that shortly. This was the scene earlier as President Trump greeted President Putin and the First Lady. Hallie Jackson is in the room where that news conference is going to be held. Any hint of what was on the agenda here?
Well, we got a hint from the president himself, Lester, when he talked a little bit about what he wanted to discuss with Vladimir Putin prior to their meeting, specifically, for example, nuclear. He talked about defense, other issues. But here's the most important thing, Lester. It's what he did not mention, and that is Russian election interference. Obviously, Russia's actions in the 2016 election. The president says he has previously discussed this with Putin, but Lester, he has yet to condemn Putin for those actions. That is going to be likely the first or possibly second question that these leaders get asked here in this room. I will give you a little color behind the scenes. It is absolutely packed. There is intense worldwide interest in what these two leaders will say. There has been interest in this meeting from the very beginning, Lester, looking at the body language of these leaders, looking at how they are interacting, what was said in that one-on-one meeting, in that discussion where only interpreters were present with these two leaders. There was obviously that expanded bilateral as well, and the president called it a great start. But as far as the nitty-gritty, that's what we're seeking to learn. So besides election interference, we also want to talk a little bit or learn a little bit more, as you can see some of my colleagues in the room getting ready for some of their live shots as well, about, for example, Crimea. Did the president recognize, for example, Crimea as a part of Russia, something that would, I think, shock some critics of the president, some analysts of the president's back home? The president has deflected on that question largely so far. There's also the question of Syria, Putin's support of Bashar al-Assad, for example, and whether Vladimir Putin will, for example, work on some kind of deal with Iranians to pull them back from the Syrian border. So any moment we expect to see, I'm looking behind me, Lester, the U.S. delegation has not yet entered the room. When that happens, that will be our closest signal that this is getting ready to begin.
All right, Hallie, and we'll keep our eye on that door there. As we do, I want to introduce the rest of the folks working with me here. Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent, Ambassador Mike McFaul, who worked for the Obama administration, former ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Russia. Also in Moscow, Richard Engel, who has been following reaction from there. Ambassador McFaul, if I could start with you, what will be the key things you're going to be listening for here in this news conference?
Two things. Will President Trump go out of his way to praise Vladimir Putin because he wants to befriend him? I think that would be a serious mistake, but he has a proclivity for doing that. And two, did they agree on anything substantive? The agenda of this meeting has been rather ambiguous. The president hinted that they might talk about arms control. So I'll be listening to see, is there some real follow-through with respect to arms control?
Yeah, I mean, what was the low-hanging fruit here that they could walk away with and say, look, we accomplished something?
Exactly. And that, to me, would be the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, Kristen Welker, you've been here watching with me all day long. The initial meeting lasted better than 2 hours. Some would take that as a sign of progress. What are your thoughts?
Remarkable that that meeting lasted for more than 2 hours and that there were only interpreters in the room, Lester. No one in the room to publicly record what was said, what was stated. As Hallie noted, the president today hasn't publicly said he's going to press Putin on election meddling. He said it in the past, but then today tweeted this morning again that the Russia probe was a rigged witch hunt.
Well, for all intents and purposes, that's pulling it off the table, right? Yeah.
Absolutely taking it off the table, Lester. And some would say that in and of itself is a concession. Will there be more concessions? Will he agree to scale back sanctions? Will he agree to pull some troops out of Syria? That's what we'll be watching for. In addition to that, think about the tone. That's what I'm going to be watching for very closely as well. The president's coming on the heels of a NATO summit in which he clashed with allies, clashed with the British Prime Minister. And this morning, he praised Putin for pulling off what he said was one of the greatest World Cups in history. Will President Trump continue to take aim at allies while embracing this leader who has traditionally been an adversary to the United States?
Well, on that note, let me go to Richard in Moscow. Richard, how is Putin seen these days? There's been a lot of talk that he comes in having a pretty good year.
Well, it seems like he's, at least here in Moscow, coming in with a very full hand, that he's coming into these negotiations maybe stronger than ever. As you were just talking about, he had the World Cup here when Russia was the center of the world stage. The indictment specifically accusing 12 Russian military intelligence officials by President Trump's own government, by his Justice Department, just hit. And yet you have President Trump and the Russian government both dismissing those allegations in the run-ups to the talks. So I think when you have a European trip in which President Trump was critical of his allies, then was dismissive of this indictment, where Russia has been the darling of the international media because of the World Cup. Yes, Russians feel they are going very strong into this meeting, and that Vladimir Putin is really maybe already the winner or certainly the dominant force right now. To watch for, what I'd be watching for, is grandiose statements. Are we going to see President Trump and Vladimir Putin come out and talk about how they're working to make the world a safer place, similar to the way he did in his meeting with Kim Jong-un and even in his meeting with Theresa May? And if they are both dismissive of this indictment, surely the indictment will come up. Reporters will press President Trump on how hard he pushed Vladimir Putin on this. And what I expect you're going to hear is that they both talked about it, that they worked on cybersecurity, and that they've resolved that one as well.
All right, Richard, we're again waiting for the two presidents to enter the room. Just some housekeeping here. We're told that by prior arrangement, Vladimir Putin will speak first. There will be simultaneous translations as the two men speak. So we'll get a real-time reading on what is being said. Now, keep in mind, because they weren't in the same room, maybe questions of whether they have the same recollection. We know that the president and the Prime Minister of Canada recently had a disagreement as to what was said in the G7 meeting. So, Ambassador McFaul, there's always that.
Well, especially if you met for 2 hours with just the translators there. I hope somebody on our side did a sit down with our translator, somebody I know well, and got the notes. But there's big chance for disagreement about what happened in that meeting.
So when the two of them sat down today, the president came in with this tweet essentially saying it's the U.S.'s fault over the last couple of years, and that's why the relationship is so bad. What kind of starting point is that for a discussion?
It's horrible. First of all, it's not true. But second of all, it means that we're the ones that need to change to improve the relationship. Vladimir Putin's the guy that annexed Crimea. We didn't annex any country. Vladimir Putin's the guy that supported Mr. Assad killing 500,000 people in Syria. And Vladimir Putin's the guy that intervened in our elections with his Russian military intelligence officer.
But he's also the guy that asked for this meeting. He's the one that picked up the phone.
Well, because he wants to move on. He wants to say, hey, bygones, let's forget about that. Let's talk about peace, love, and understanding.
There are sanctions that are laying out there, and it was obviously a strong incentive for Putin to want to have this conversation. Is there any expectation, likelihood, that the president would signal a softening on those sanctions?
Well, I personally hope not, because those sanctions were put in place to change Russian behavior. Get out of Ukraine, we'll lift the sanctions. That was the Obama position. But with President Trump, of course, you never know. He just can change his mind on a whim.
And remember what happened coming out of his summit with North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un. The president announced that he was going to suspend the joint military exercises with South Korea without having spoken to the South Koreans beforehand. It caught not only some within his own administration off guard, but certainly allies in the region. That is the concern in this instance, Lester, that President Trump is going to unilaterally make a decision to offer some type of concession. I can tell you that lawmakers on Capitol Hill are watching all of this unfold very closely, Democrats and Republicans. And in fact, some Republican lawmakers out today, including Republican Senator Ben Sasse, who tweeted calling for President Trump to take a very hard line against President Putin. And remember, some Democrats had said the president should cancel this summit altogether. President Obama did that back in 2013, by the way, after Putin offered asylum to Snowden. This a very different approach to what happened on Friday, which is those 12 Russian intelligence officials were indicted for meddling in the U.S. election.
These pictures, this video taken at the outset of the day here. We were given guidance when we first came on the air there. They were 2 minutes away. We were told a couple of more minutes while we wait for the two of them to appear at this conference. Ambassador, you have been in this situation before, helping a U.S. president with a summit. How important is it in the immediate, at the end, for someone to record what the president recollects, to his feelings, and to get something on paper?
Well, that was my job when I worked at the White House before going to Moscow. That was my job. One, in the meeting itself to do that, but two, in the one-on-one, when President Obama would walk out of those meetings, either with President Medvedev or President Putin, I would pull him aside and we would do a dump of the intelligence before the president would forget about what happened. And those pull-asides were usually 5 or 6 minutes long, not 2 hours long like today.
Let me go to Hallie Jackson, who is in the news conference room at the presidential palace. Hallie, what do we know about the format? We know the news conference in England the other day, it was 4 questions from the British press, 4 from the U.S. Do we know what the format, how much we may hear, how much questioning there could be?
Well, that was unusual. We don't typically see what's called a 4 and 4 in the parlance of the White House press corps here, Lester. The Kremlin previously said over the weekend, late last week, that it would be 2 questions from each group of people from respective nations. So 2 questions from the Russian press, 2 questions from the U.S. press, which is something that we've typically seen, including, for example, at the White House. That is usually what happens with one of these. So we expect the leaders to come out, make the opening statements, make the remarks, which will be telling, as you and Richard and the ambassador and Kristen have been talking about. What the president says about Vladimir Putin as the two of them are standing next to each other will be fascinating. And watching how these two men interact now at these podiums side by side with some critical issues between them is going to be significant. After that, they will likely open it up to questions. That is the expectations. There will be 4 in all if, in fact, things go as planned, according to the Kremlin, Lester. And we will be obviously working to get one.
Yeah, what we call the news conference after the Kim Jong-un summit, the president went solo, and that one was almost jubilant and took questions for an extended period of time. But this time, of course, he'll be with Vladimir Putin. I want to go back to Richard right now in Moscow. What we haven't discussed here in the last few minutes, Richard, is Syria. There are some real issues here in terms of military involvement. Was there room for some kind of meeting of the minds on Syria?
Well, that's one of the big dangers. You could get a surprise here about Syria. There are about 2,000 American special forces in Syria. They've been fighting against ISIS. They have been working with our Kurdish allies. Russia does not like them there. Turkey does not like them there. And we know there have been a lot of discussions among Middle Eastern leaders and the president recently. So the question is, what will happen to those American forces in Syria? President Trump has said in the past he would love to see them go. He thinks they're at risk. He thinks U.S. involvement in Syria, in the Middle East in general, has played its course, and it's time to wrap it up. I've spoken to military commanders. I've been with those troops in Syria. They believe their presence is important, vital to keep up pressure on ISIS, and they say that our Kurdish allies would be betrayed if we left them at this stage and handed over the country to Russia or some combination of Russia and Syrian control.
It is a beautiful, warm day here in Helsinki, Finland, the capital of Finland, on the Gulf of Finland, a place that has hosted international conferences of this sort before, Kristen.
That's right. This is seen as sort of a diplomatic bridge between the U.S. and Russia. This is the location of past meetings between U.S. presidents and Russian leaders, including former President Bill Clinton back in 1997, as well as former President George H.W. Bush in 1990, who met with Gorbachev then. This is seen as neutral territory, neutral ground. And I think it is important, and the ambassador can speak to this as well, I'm sure, that the day started out with President Trump having breakfast with the president of Finland. It was a way to set the table, to set the stage, and I think to sort of strike that diplomatic tone.
I'll let you weigh in on that, Ambassador.
Well, that's right. You always have to have that bilat before the big meeting. And it does have this Cold War overtones to be back here in Helsinki. But I think from everything, the indications we've seen, the big difference will be back then, our leaders met. During the Cold War, people have to remember our leaders met all the time, but they never tried to be friends with Soviet leaders. They oftentimes pushed back. So sometimes summits were confrontational events during the Cold War. That's not what I suspect we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, and Richard Engel, what about that? I mean, I think the assumption is a summit is always a good thing. Is that the case?
Well, I think that's what you're going to hear President Trump say time and time again, and he's already said it a few times, that we should be friends. Isn't it a good thing if he has a good relationship with Vladimir Putin, that after all, the two are traditional adversaries, the two have nuclear weapons? What's wrong with a president sitting down with a Russian leader? And frankly, there is nothing wrong with it, but you have to, that's what presidents do. They meet with their friends, they meet with their rivals. But you have to look at this as the culmination of a European trip, that on the first leg of the trip, he criticized NATO, undermined NATO. Then he stabbed one of his closest friends, Theresa May, in the back. He criticized Germany, and now he's going out of his way to meet with Vladimir Putin. And when you look at it in that context, it is not simply just having a meeting with an adversary to try to make the world safer. It is the meeting that comes on the end of a series of criticisms, a series of calling into questions the basic tenets of the world order that has kept the United States in its position of power, really, for the last 50 years.
Hallie, I hate to be the person in the back seat saying, are we there yet? But do we know what the delay is here? We were told it was just a couple of minutes.
Lester, we don't know what the delay is, but there was a commotion, a bit of one in the room just a moment ago, as you may have seen. We are being told there is a journalist who was asked to leave, to walk out of the area where we are. He said he was from an organization called The Nation. He did not answer questions as to whether he had the credentials to be here, but obviously he got into the room. Two people came, escorted him out. He left. His things, his personal belongings, are still in the room. And we are working to figure out why exactly he was asked to walk out. This is worth noting, Lester, because of what we have seen with journalists in Russia, with members of state media, with members, people who have been critical of leaders in the past. The president himself, President Trump, just on his way to the summit in Helsinki, tweeted yet again, calling members of the media enemies of the people. We have no idea if any of this is connected, to be very clear. So I'm going to try to find out why exactly this gentleman was taken from the room, and I'll let you know as soon as we know.
All right, Hallie, we appreciate that. Peter Alexander is standing by at the White House. Peter, we talk a lot about the president, what he may do, and his foreign policy. Do his statements, though, necessarily jibe with what is happening on the ground at the State Department, at the Defense Department? Are there different levels of this policy working almost in parallel?
Yeah, Lester, that is what's been most striking from the president's sort of cozy relationship, his language as he speaks about Russia and Vladimir Putin just this morning, predicting that the president, the U.S. in effect, and Russia would have an extraordinary relationship, is what he says is far askew from what we've heard throughout his administration. The director of national intelligence, Dan Coats, in recent days effectively saying that we saw the blinking red lights after these indictments came out about those Russian military intelligence officers wading in, interfering in the U.S. election. What's been striking to hear from this president, among other things, is how what he has said has been sort of out of step with traditional presidents. He's focused so much on having this good relationship, but as you look at these live pictures, Lester, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, let's go to Hallie in the room.
Lester, let me explain what's going on in the room. Lester, I'm going to stand on my chair so I can get a better vantage point. That journalist from The Nation is being forcibly removed. He said he was told he had a sign, a malicious item as he described it, and then held up a piece of paper that said nuclear weapon ban. There are now 4 members escorting him out of the room forcibly. You can see they have their hands on him physically, trying to move around the cameras that are in the room, being walked out at this point. This has not happened in a press conference, obviously, in the Trump administration. He is now being, as you can see, walked out of the room, Lester. So as he leaves, we are going to work on finding out where exactly he is going. Let me just recap what happened. 2 people walked in and asked this journalist to come with them for what he described as questioning. He is from, again, The Nation. That journalist at first refused. It was a bit of a standoff, still calm, still peaceful. You probably saw some of the video there. He returned into the room. He had left his personal things in there. And when I asked him, sir, can you explain what happened? What did they want to talk to you about? He said, they've told me, they say I have a malicious item. They claim I have a sign. He then pulled out of his backpack, Lester, a piece of paper, an 8x10 piece of paper, that had the word nuclear weapons ban on it, nuclear weapons treaty ban. We'll get you that video in a moment. And he was sort of holding it up as then members of the media were beginning to take pictures of it, saying, I just wanted to ask about it, I just wanted to ask about it. That is the point when the commotion really escalated, and you saw those, what I believe are agents come in. There's somebody now taking and getting this gentleman's personal belongings, his laptop, his phone, his backpack have all remained in the room. And you can see now this person, this security person, is walking out this man's personal belongings. So this is remarkable, in a word, Lester. It is not clear how these members of security knew that this man had some kind of a piece of paper or sign in his backpack. And again, the sign said nuclear weapon ban treaty. He was holding it facing forward, so I don't know if there was anything on the back of that piece of paper, Lester. You might know based on the camera angles here. But again, the room is now, as you might imagine, buzzing. It is not clear if that specifically was the reason for this delay, but I will tell you that in a room with maybe a couple hundred journalists, there was only, one empty seat, maybe two, and it's where that gentleman was sitting. It was a packed room, and he has now been physically removed. We had, as you noted, that 2-minute warning, which is an indication that at any moment the U.S. delegation would have been filing in, followed by both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Clearly, we are way past that. So now I imagine there will be a beat for the room to settle, and then perhaps we will get on with this incredibly highly anticipated event.
Yeah, the sign said nuclear weapons ban treaty. Let me ask you how these things typically work. Are the American reporters, are they in a separate area from the Russian reporters, or is it first come, first serve?
Typically, and I'm going to try to step back, Lester, for a moment as the U.S. delegation is walking in. Typically,
yeah, we see the First Lady.
So that the camera folks can get some images of this. Typically, we are all commingled and we all come up together. This was a particularly chaotic way of filling the media room. The details typically don't matter, and that the press gets in the room, and that's the most important thing. At this point, though, almost immediately after that gentleman was escorted out, you can see the First Lady walking in along with the rest of the U.S. delegation. We see, obviously, the top advisors to President Trump, including the National Security Advisor, who are filling those front two rows, as well as the Russian delegation. It's an indication, Lester, we are about to begin any moment.
Yeah, the Ambassador McFaul with the delegations there, obviously they're going to be paying as close attention, if not closer, than the journalists in the room.
Well, that's right, because this is where they're going to make news. This is where the President of the United States can make policy. What he says is binding. And so they hope that he says what they think is policy.
They don't want to hear any surprises.
And they don't want to have A, they don't want surprises. And B, as you were talking earlier, there's a big disconnect in the Trump administration about policy towards Russia. It seems like the whole administration has one policy, which is rather confrontational.
It is tougher, yeah.
But the president doesn't seem to agree with it. And today we're going to learn who makes policy.
So the two presidents we expect to come out any moment. We're watching that door. We've seen the American delegation come out. I'm not clear if the Russian delegation is seated at this point, but they will take questions from Russian and American journalists who are gathered in the room who want to have some sense of what happened. As we noted, there was no agenda. And here, President Trump and President Putin.
Спасибо большое. Thank you so much. Мы можем начать работать, так я понимаю. Shall we start working, I guess? Уважаемый господин президент, distinguished Mr. President, дамы и господа, ladies and gentlemen, переговоры с президентом Соединенных Штатов Америки, господином Дональдом Трампом, Donald Trump, took place in a frank and business-like atmosphere. I think we can call it a success and a very fruitful round of negotiations. We carefully analyzed the current status, the present and the future of the Russia-United States relationship, key issues of the global agenda. It's quite clear to everyone that the bilateral relationship are going through a complicated stage, and yet those impediments, the current tension, the tense atmosphere, essentially have no solid reason behind it. The Cold War is a thing of past. The era of acute ideological confrontation of the two countries is a thing of a remote past, is a vestige of the past. The situation in the world changed dramatically. Today, both Russia and the United States face a whole new set of challenges. Those include a dangerous maladjustment of mechanisms for maintaining international security and stability, regional crises, the creeping threats of terrorism and transnational crime. It's the snowballing problems in the economy, environmental risks, and other sets of challenges. We can only cope with these challenges if we join the ranks and work together. Hopefully, we will reach this understanding with our American partners. Today's negotiations reflected our joint wish with President Trump to redress this negative situation in the bilateral relationship, outline the first steps for improving this relationship to restore the acceptable level of trust and going back to the previous level of interaction on all mutual interest issues. As major nuclear powers, we bear special responsibility for maintaining international security. I deem it vital, and we mentioned this during the negotiations, it's crucial that we fine-tune the dialogue on strategic stability and global security and non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We submitted our American colleagues a note with a number of specific suggestions. We believe it necessary to work together further on to interact on the disarmament agenda, military and technical cooperation. This includes the extension of the Strategic Offensive Arms Limitation Treaty. It's the dangerous situation with the global American anti-missile defense system. It's the implementation issues with the INF Treaty. And of course, the agenda of non-placement of weapons in space. We favor the continued cooperation in counterterrorism and maintaining cybersecurity. And I'd like to point out specifically that our special services are cooperating quite successfully together. The most recent example is their operational cooperation within the recently concluded World Football Cup. In general, the contacts among the special services should be put to a system-wide basis, should be brought to a systemic framework. I reminded President Trump about the suggestion to re-establish the working group on anti-terrorism. We also mentioned a plethora of regional crises. It's not always that our postures dovetail exactly, and yet the overlapping and mutual interests abound. We have to look for points of contact and interact closer in a variety of international fora. Clearly, we mentioned the regional crisis, for instance, Syria. As far as Syria is concerned, the task of establishing peace and reconciliation in this country could be the first showcase example of the successful joint work. Russia and the United States apparently can act proactively and assume the leadership in this issue and organize the interaction to overcome humanitarian crisis and help Syrian refugees to go back to their homes. In order to accomplish this level of successful cooperation in Syria, we have all the required components. Let me remind you that both Russian and American military have acquired a useful experience of coordination of their action, established the operational channels of communication, which permitted to avoid dangerous incidents and unintentional collisions in the air and in the ground. Also, crushing terrorists in the southwest of Syria, the south of Syria, should be brought to the full compliance with the Treaty of 1974 about the separation of forces, of Israel and Syria. This will bring peace to Golan Heights and bring a more peaceful relationship between Syria and Israel, and also to provide security of the State of Israel. Mr. President paid special attention to the issue during today's negotiations, and I would like to confirm that Russia is interested in this development and this will act accordingly. Thus far, we will make a step toward creating a lasting peace in compliance with the respective resolutions of Security Council, for instance, the resolution 338. We're glad that the Korean Peninsula issue is starting to resolve. To a great extent, it was possible thanks to the personal engagement of President Trump, who opted for dialogue instead of confrontation. We also mentioned our concern about the withdrawal of the United States from the JCPOA. Well, our U.S. counterparts are aware of our posture. Let me remind you that thanks to the Iranian nuclear deal, Iran became the most controlled country in the world. It's submitted to the control of IAEA. It effectively ensures the exclusively peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program and strengthens the non-proliferation regime. While we discussed the internal Ukrainian crisis, we paid special attention to the bona fide implementation of Minsk agreements by Kiev. At the same time, the United States could be more decisive in nudging the Ukrainian leadership and encourage it to work actively in this. We paid more attention to economic ties and economic cooperation. It's clear that both countries, the businesses of both countries are interested in this. American delegation was one of the largest delegations on the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. It featured over 500 representatives of American businesses. We agreed, me and President Trump, we agreed to create a high-level working group that would bring together captains of Russian and American business. After all, entrepreneurs and businessmen know better how to articulate this successful business cooperation. Well, let them think and make their proposals and suggestions in this regard. Once again, President Trump mentioned the issue of the so-called interference of Russia in the American elections, and I had to reiterate things I said several times, including during our personal contacts, that the Russian state has never interfered and is not going to interfere into internal American affairs, including the election process. Any specific material, if such things arise, we are ready to analyze together. For instance, we can analyze them through the joint working group on cybersecurity, the establishment of which we discussed during our previous contacts. And clearly, it's past time we restore our cooperation in the cultural area, in the humanitarian area. As far as I think you know that recently we hosted the American Congressman delegation, and now it's perceived and portrayed almost as a historic event, although it should have been just the current affairs, just the business as usual. And in this regard, we mentioned this proposal to the President. We have to think about the practicalities of our cooperation, but also about the rationale, the underlying logic of it. And we have to engage experts on bilateral relationship who know history and the background of our relationship. The idea is to create an expert council that would include political scientists, prominent diplomats and former military experts on both countries who would look for points of contact between the two countries, that would look for ways on putting the relationship on the trajectory of growth. In general, we are glad with the outcome of our first full-scale meeting, because previously we only had a chance to talk briefly on international fora. We had a good conversation with President Trump, and I hope that we start to understand each other better, and I'm grateful to Donald for it. Clearly, there are some challenges left when we were not able to clear all the backlog, but I think that we made the first important step in this direction. And in conclusion, I want to point out that this atmosphere of cooperation is something that we are especially grateful for to our Finnish hosts. We're grateful for Finnish people and Finnish leadership for what they've done. I know that we've caused some inconvenience to Finland, and we apologize for it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have just concluded a meeting with President Putin on a wide range of critical issues for both of our countries. We had direct, open, deeply productive dialogue. Went very well. Before I begin, I want to thank President Niinisto of Finland for graciously hosting today's summit. President Putin and I were saying how lovely it was and what a great job they did. I also want to congratulate Russia and President Putin for having done such an excellent job in hosting the World Cup. It was really one of the best ever, and your team also did very well. It was a great job. I'm here today to continue the proud tradition of bold American diplomacy. From the earliest days of our republic, American leaders have understood that diplomacy and engagement is preferable to conflict and hostility. A productive dialogue is not only good for the United States and good for Russia, but it is good for the world. The disagreements between our two countries are well known, and President Putin and I discussed them at length today. But if we're going to solve many of the problems facing our world, then we're going to have to find ways to cooperate in pursuit of shared interests. Too often in both recent past and long ago, we have seen the consequences when diplomacy is left on the table. We have also seen the benefits of cooperation. In the last century, our nations fought alongside one another in the Second World War. Even during the tensions of the Cold War, when the world looked much different than it does today, the United States and Russia were able to maintain a strong dialogue. But our relationship has never been worse than it is now. However, that changed as of about 4 hours ago. I really believe that. Nothing would be easier politically than to refuse to meet, to refuse to engage, but that would not accomplish anything. As president, I cannot make decisions on foreign policy in a futile effort to appease partisan critics or the media or Democrats who want to do nothing but resist and obstruct. Constructive dialogue between the United States and Russia afford the opportunity to open new pathways toward peace and stability in our world. I would rather take a political risk in pursuit of peace than to risk peace in pursuit of politics. As president, I will always put what is best for America and what is best for the American people. During today's meeting, I addressed directly with President Putin the issue of Russian interference in our elections. I felt this was a message best delivered in person. Spent a great deal of time talking about it, and President Putin may very well want to address it, and very strongly, because he feels very strongly about it, and he has an interesting idea. We also discussed one of the most critical challenges facing humanity, nuclear proliferation. I provided an update on my meeting last month with Chairman Kim on the denuclearization of North Korea, and after today, I am very sure that President Putin and Russia want very much to end that problem, going to work with us, and I appreciate that commitment. The President and I also discussed the scourge of radical Islamic terrorism. Both Russia and the United States have suffered horrific terrorist attacks, and we have agreed to maintain open communication between our security agencies to protect our citizens from this global menace. Last year, we told Russia about a planned attack in St. Petersburg, and they were able to stop it cold. They found them, they stopped them, there was no doubt about it. I appreciated President Putin's phone call afterwards to thank me. I also emphasized the importance of placing pressure on Iran to halt its nuclear ambitions and to stop its campaign of violence throughout the area. throughout the Middle East. As we discussed at length, the crisis in Syria is a complex one. Cooperation between our two countries has the potential to save hundreds of thousands of lives. I also made clear that the United States will not allow Iran to benefit from our successful campaign against ISIS. We have just about eradicated ISIS in the area. We also agreed that representatives from our national security councils will meet to follow up on all of the issues we addressed today and to continue the progress we have started right here in Helsinki. Today's meeting is only the beginning of a longer process, but we have taken the first steps toward a brighter future and one with a strong dialogue and a lot of thought. Our expectations are grounded in realism, but our hopes are grounded in America's desire for friendship, cooperation, and peace. And I think I can speak on behalf of Russia when I say that also. President Putin, I want to thank you again for joining me for these important discussions and for advancing open dialogue between Russia and the United States. Our meeting carries on a long tradition of diplomacy between Russia, the United States, for the greater good of all. And this was a very constructive day. This was a very constructive few hours that we spent together. It's in the interest of both of our countries to continue our conversation, and we have agreed to do so. I'm sure we'll be meeting again in the future, often, and hopefully we will solve every one of the problems that we discussed today. So, again, President Putin, thank you very much.
Господа президенты, сейчас журналисты смогут задать по
Distinguished
два
presidents,
вопроса.
now the journalists would have a chance to ask two questions, two sets of questions each. First, the Russian journalist will ask the question. Please give your affiliation.
Меня зовут Алексей
Good
Мешков.
afternoon. My name is Alexei Meshkov, Interfax Information Agency. I have a question to President Trump. During your recent European tour, you've mentioned that the implementation of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline makes Europe a hostage of Russia, and you suggested that you could free Europe from this by supplying American LNG. But this cold winter actually showed that the current mechanism of supply of fuel to Europe is quite viable. At the same time, as far as I know, US had to buy even Russian gas for Boston. I have a question. The implementation of your idea has a political tinge to it, or is it a practical one? Because there will be a gap formed in the supply and demand mechanism. And first, it's the consuming countries who will fall into this gap. And the second question, before the meeting with President Putin, you called him an adversary, a rival, and yet you expressed hope that you will be able to bring this relationship to a new level. Did you manage to do this?
No, actually, I called him a competitor, and a good competitor he is. And I think the word competitor is a compliment. I think that we will be competing when you talk about the pipeline. I'm not sure necessarily that it's in the best interests of Germany or not, but that was a decision that they made. We'll be competing. As you know, the United States is now, or soon will be, but I think it actually is right now the largest in the oil and gas world. So we're going to be selling LNG, and we'll have to be competing with the pipeline. And I think we'll compete successfully, although there is a little advantage locationally. So I just wish them luck. I mean, I did. I discussed with Angela Merkel in pretty strong tones. But I also know where they're all coming from. And they have a very close source. So we'll see how that all works out. But we have lots of sources now, and the United States is much different than it was a number of years ago when we weren't able to extract what we can extract today. So today we're number one in the world at that, and I think we'll be out there competing very strongly. Thank you very much.
If I may, I throw in some 2 cents. We talked to Mr. President, including this subject as well. We are aware of the stance of President Trump, and I think that we, as a major oil and gas power, and the United States is a major oil and gas power as well, we could work together on regulation of international markets, because neither of us is actually interested in the plummeting of the prices. And the consumers will suffer as well, and the consumers in the United States will suffer as well, and the shale gas production will suffer. Because beyond a certain price bracket, it's no longer profitable to produce gas. But nor we are interested in driving prices up, because it will drain juices, life juices from all other sectors of the economy, from machine building, etc. So we do have space for cooperation here. That's the first thing. Then about the Nord Stream 2. Mr. President voiced his concerns about the possibility of disappearance of transit through Ukraine, and I reassured Mr. President that Russia stands ready to maintain this transit. Moreover, we stand ready to extend this transit contract that is about to expire next year, in case if the dispute between the economic entities will be settled in the Stockholm Arbitration Court.
The first question from a U.S. journalist goes to Jeff Mason from Reuters.
Thank you. Mr. President, you tweeted this morning that it's U.S. foolishness, stupidity, and the Mueller probe that is responsible for the decline in U.S. relations with Russia. Do you hold Russia at all accountable for anything in particular? And if so, what would you consider them that they are responsible for?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think we've all been foolish. We should have had this dialogue a long time ago. A long time, frankly, before I got to office. And I think we're all to blame. I think that the United States now has stepped forward along with Russia, and we're getting together, and we have a chance to do some great things, whether it's nuclear proliferation in terms of stopping, because we have to do it. Ultimately, that's probably the most important thing that we can be working on. But I do feel that we have both made some mistakes. I think that the probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign. And they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily. And frankly, we beat her. And I'm not even saying from the standpoint, we won that race. And it's a shame that there can even be a little bit of a cloud over it. People know that, people understand it, but the main thing, and we discussed this also, is zero collusion. And it has had a negative impact upon the relationship of the two largest nuclear powers in the world. We have 90% of nuclear power between the two countries. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what's going on with the probe.
For President Putin, if I could follow up as well, why should Americans and why should President Trump believe your statement that Russia did not intervene in the 2016 election, given the evidence that U.S. intelligence agencies have provided? And will you consider extraditing the 12 Russian officials that were indicted last week by a U.S. grand jury?
Well, I'm going to let the president answer the second part of that question. But as you know, the whole concept of that came up perhaps a little bit before, but it came out as a reason why the Democrats lost an election, which, frankly, they should have been able to win because the Electoral College is much more advantageous for Democrats, as you know, than it is to Republicans. We won the Electoral College by a lot, 306 to 223, I believe. And that was a well-fought battle. We did a great job. And frankly, I'm going to let the president speak to the second part of your question. But just to say it one time again, and I say it all the time, there was no collusion. I didn't know the president. there was nobody to collude with. There was no collusion with the campaign. And every time you hear all of these, 12 and 14, it's stuff that has nothing to do, and frankly, they admit, these are not people involved in the campaign. But to the average reader out there, they're saying, well, maybe that does. It doesn't. And even the people involved, some perhaps told mis-stories, although in one case the FBI said there was no lie. There was no lie. Somebody else said there was. We ran a brilliant campaign, and that's why I'm president. Thank you.
As to who is to be believed and to who is not to be believed, you can trust no one if you take this. Where did you get this idea that President Trump trusts me or I trust him? He defends the interests of the United States of America, and I do defend the interests of the Russian Federation. We do have interests that are common. We are looking for points of contact. There are issues where our postures diverge, and we are looking for ways to reconcile our differences, how to make our effort more meaningful. We should not proceed from the immediate political interests that guide certain political powers in our countries. We should be guided by facts. Could you name a single fact that would definitively prove the collusion? This is utter nonsense. Just like the President recently mentioned. Yes, the public at large in the United States had a certain perceived opinion of the candidates during the campaign, but there's nothing particularly extraordinary about it. That's a usual thing. President Trump, when he was a candidate, he mentioned the need to restore the Russia-US relationship, and it's clear that a certain part of American society felt sympathetic about it, and different people could express their sympathy in different ways. But isn't that natural? Isn't it natural to be sympathetic towards a person who is willing to restore the relationship with our country, who wants to work with us? We heard the accusations about the Concord country. Well, as far as I know, this company hired American lawyers, and the accusations doesn't have a fighting chance in the American courts. So there's no evidence when it comes to the actual facts. So we have to be guided by facts, not by rumors. Now, let's get back to the issue of these 12 alleged intelligence officers of Russia. I don't know the full extent of the situation, but the President Trump mentioned this issue, and I will look into it. So far, I can say the following. The things that, off the top of my head, we have an existing agreement between the United States of America and the Russian Federation, an existing treaty that dates back to 1999, the mutual assistance on criminal cases. This treaty is in full effect. It works quite efficiently. On an average, we initiate about 150 criminal cases upon requests from foreign states. For instance, the last year, there was one extradition case upon the request sent by the United States. So this treaty has specific legal procedures. We can offer that the appropriate commission headed by Special Attorney Mueller, he can use this treaty as a solid foundation and send an official request to us so that we would interrogate, we would hold a questioning of these individuals who he believes are privy to some crimes. And our law enforcement are perfectly able to do this questioning and send the appropriate materials to the United States. Moreover, we can meet you halfway, we can make another step. We can actually permit official representatives of the United States, including the members of this very commission headed by Mr. Mueller, we can let them into the country and they will be present at this questioning. But in this case, there's another condition. this kind of effort should be a mutual one. Then we would expect that the Americans would reciprocate and they would question officials, including the officers of law enforcement and intelligence services of the United States, whom we believe are who have something to do with illegal actions on the territory of Russia. And we have to request the presence of our law enforcement. For instance, we can bring up Mr. Browder in this particular case. Business associates of Mr. Browder have earned over $1.5 billion in Russia. They never paid any taxes, neither in Russia nor in the United States. And yet the money escaped the country. They were transferred to the United States. They sent a huge amount of money, $400 million, as a contribution to the campaign of Hillary Clinton. Well, that's their personal case. It might have been legal, the contribution itself, but the way the money was earned was illegal. So we have a solid reason to believe that some intelligence officers accompanied and guided these transactions. So we have an interest of questioning them. But we can that could be a first step, and we can also extend it. Options abound, and they all can be found in an appropriate
did you want
legal
President
framework.
Trump to win the election, and did you direct any of your officials to help him do that?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because he talked about bringing the U.S.-Russia relationship back to normal.
Продолжаем. Я думаю, вполне вопроса 3 может задать кто-то из российского пула.
I think there can be 3 questions from the Russian pool. Russia Today, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Добрый вечер. Меня зовут
Good evening to everyone. My name is Ilya Petrenko.
Телеканал RT.
RT TV channel.
For Mr. Trump in English. Mr. President, would you please go into the details of possibly any specific arrangements for the U.S. to work together with Russia in Syria, if any of these kind of arrangements were made today or discussed? И если позволите, Владимир Владимирович, тоже вопрос на русском.
My question to President Putin in Russian. Since we brought up the issue of football several times, I use the football language. Mr. Pompeo mentioned that when we talk about the Syrian cooperation, the ball is in the Syrian court. Mr. Putin, in the Russian court, is it true? And how would you use this fact, the having the ball?
Well, I guess I'll answer the first part of the question. We've worked with Israel long and hard for many years, many decades. I think we've never has any country been closer than we are. President Putin also is helping Israel, and we both spoke with Bibi Netanyahu, and they would like to do certain things with respect to Syria, having to do with the safety of Israel. So in that respect, we absolutely would like to work in order to help Israel, and Israel will be working with us. So both countries would work jointly. And I think that when you look at all of the progress that's been made in certain sections with the eradication of ISIS, we're about 98%, 99% there, and other things that have taken place that we've done, and that, frankly, Russia has helped us with in certain respects. But I think that working with Israel is a great thing, and creating safety for Israel is something that both President Putin and I would like to see very much. One little thing I might add to that is the helping of people, because you have such horrible, if you see, and I've seen reports and I've seen pictures, I've seen just about everything. And if we can do something to help the people of Syria get back into some form of shelter and on a humanitarian basis, and that's what the word was, really, a humanitarian basis. I think that both of us would be very interested in doing that, and we will do that. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, but for now, no specific agreements, for instance, between the militaries?
Well, our militaries do get along. In fact, our militaries actually have gotten along probably better than our political leaders for years, but our militaries do get along very well, and they do coordinate in Syria and other places. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, we did mention this. We mentioned the humanitarian track of this issue. Yesterday, I discussed this with French President Mr. Macron, and we reached an agreement that together with European countries, including France, we will step up this effort. On our behalf, we provide military cargo aircraft to deliver the humanitarian cargo. And today I brought up this issue with President Trump. I think there is plenty of things to look into. The crucial thing here is that a huge amount of refugees are in Turkey, in Lebanon, in Jordan, in the states that border are adjacent to Syria. If we help them, the migratory pressure upon the European states will be decreased manifold. And I believe it's crucial from any point of view, from humanitarian point of view, from the point of view of helping people, helping the refugees. And in general, I agree, I concur with President Trump. Our military cooperate quite successfully together. They do get along, and I hope they will be able to do so in future. We will keep working in the Astana format, I mean Russia, Turkey, and Iran, which I informed President Trump about. But we do stand ready to link these efforts to the so-called small group of states, so that the process would be a broader one, it would be a multidimensional one, and so that we will be able to maximize our fighting chance to get the ultimate success in the issue of Syria. And speaking about having the ball in our court in Syria, President Trump has just mentioned that we've successfully concluded the World Football Cup. Speaking of the football, actually, Mr. President, I'll give this ball to you, and now the ball is in your court. All the more that the United States will host the World Cup in 2026.
That's right. Thank you very much. We do host it, and we hope we do as good a job. That's very nice. That will go to my son, Barron. We have no question. In fact, Melania, here you go. Okay.
The final question from the United States will go to Jonathan Lemire from the AP.
Thank you. Question for each president. President Trump, yes. You first. Just now, President Putin denied having anything to do with the election interference in 2016. Every U.S. intelligence agency has concluded that Russia did. My first question for you, sir, is who do you believe? My second question is, would you now, with the whole world watching, tell President Putin, would you denounce what happened in 2016, and would you warn him to never do it again?
So let me just say that we have two thoughts. You have groups that are wondering why the FBI never took the server. Why haven't they taken the server? Why was the FBI told to leave the office of the Democratic National Committee? I've been wondering that. I've been asking that for months and months, and I've been tweeting it out and calling it out on social media. Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server, and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server. But I have confidence in both parties. I really believe that this will probably go on for a while, but I don't think it can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What happened to the servers of the Pakistani gentlemen that worked on the DNC? Where are those servers? They're missing. Where are they? What happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? 33,000 emails gone, just gone. I think in Russia they wouldn't be gone so easily. I think it's a disgrace that we can't get Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails. So I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think that's an incredible offer. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add something to this. After all, I was an intelligence officer myself. And I do know how dossiers are made up. Just a second. That's the first thing. Now the second thing. I believe that Russia is a democratic state, and I hope you're not denying this right to your own country. You're not denying that United States is a democracy. Do you believe United States is a democracy? And if so, if it is a democratic state, then the final conclusion in this kind of a dispute can only be delivered by a trial, by the court, not by the executive, by the law enforcement. For instance, the Concord company that was brought up is being accused. It's been accused of interference. But this company does not constitute the Russian state. It does not represent the Russian state. And I brought several examples before. Well, you have a lot of individuals in the United States, take George Soros, for instance, with multi-billion capitals. But does that make him, his position, his posture, the posture of the United States? No, it does not. Well, it's the same case. There is the issue of trying a case in the court. And the final say is for the court to deliver. We are now talking about the private, the individuals, and not about particular states. And as far as the most recent allegation is concerned about the Russian intelligence officers, we do have an intergovernmental treaty. Please do send us the request. We will analyze it properly and will send a formal response. And as I said, we can extend this cooperation, but we should do it on a reciprocal basis, because we would await our Russian counterparts to provide us access to the persons of interest for us, who we believe can have something to do with the intelligence services. Let's discuss the specific issues and not use the Russia and the US relationship as a loose change for this internal political struggle.
A question for President Putin. Thank you. Two questions for you, sir. Can you tell me what President Trump may have indicated to you about officially recognizing Crimea as part of Russia? And then secondly, sir, does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
President Trump and posture of President Trump on Crimea is well known, and he stands firmly by it. He continued to maintain that it was illegal to annex it. Our viewpoint is different. We held a referendum in strict compliance with the UN Charter and the international legislation. For us, this issue, we put paid to this issue. And now to the compromising material. Yeah, I did hear these rumors that we allegedly collected compromising material on Mr. Trump when he was visiting Moscow. Well, distinguished colleague, let me tell you this. When President Trump visited Moscow back then, I didn't even know that he was in Moscow. I treat President Trump with utmost respect. But back then, when he was a private individual, a businessman, nobody informed me that he was in Moscow. Well, let's take St. Petersburg Economic Forum, for instance. There were over 500 American businessmen, the high-ranking, the high-level ones. I don't even remember the last names of each and every one of them. Well, do you think that we try to collect compromising material on each and every single one of them? Well, it's difficult to imagine another nonsense of a bigger scale than this. Well, please just disregard these issues and don't think about this anymore again.
And I have to say, if they had it, it would have been out long ago. And if anybody watched Peter Strzok testify over the last couple of days, and I was in Brussels watching it. It was a disgrace to the FBI. It was a disgrace to our country. And you would say that was a total witch hunt. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
An absolutely fascinating news conference featuring the two superpower leaders, President Trump, President Putin, covering a lot of ground. But as we expected, a lot of the questioning had to do with Russian interference in the 2016 election. Vladimir Putin flatly denying it, at the same time acknowledging that he wanted Donald Trump to win the presidency. The other big headline here, and I'm going to go around the horn here in a moment, but the other big headline is the president's refusal to acknowledge the findings of U.S. intelligence agencies that there was a Russian move to interfere with the U.S. election, nor did he acknowledge the 12 indictments handed down against Russian intelligence officers, and suggesting that Russia had no reason to hack the U.S. election. Let me bring in now, if I can, Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent, Michael McFaul, ambassador, former Russian ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Russia. Let me, each of you, the headlines.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. The fact that President Putin said he did, in fact, want President Trump to win the election, but that at the same time denied that he had interfered in the election. He did respond to questions about those 12 individuals who were indicted on Friday. He said he would bring U.S. investigators to Russia to have them question the individuals. That is what it seemed like he was offering. Will that actually happen? We'll have to see. But Lester, the big moment for me was when President Trump was asked to flatly denounce Russian meddling and to say to Putin that it won't be tolerated, and he didn't do it. Instead, he again went back to those familiar talking points, blaming the Democrats, trying to shift the subject, talking about the fact that he ran this fantastic campaign and missed an opportunity to say this is not going to be tolerated. He also, the final point I'll make, when he was asked if he blamed Russia for anything, he said, effectively, there's plenty of blame to go around. It was a similar response to the one that we heard in the wake of the Charlottesville riot. So I think that those who are looking for President Trump to be very firm on the issue of Russian meddling did not hear what they wanted to today.
Ambassador McFaul.
I agree completely. It was easy. He could have hit it out of the park. He could have pushed back. He could have agreed with his own intelligence team. He had the opportunity to do it, and he decided not to. He obviously decided not to do that, and I was deeply disappointed by that. The other thing is there was no substance in the meeting. They just talked about lots of issues. All of the hints we'd heard about deliverables on this and that, maybe a breakthrough on arms control, none of that was there.
No agreement on Syria?
Nothing. There was no agreement. The only thing I heard was that they agreed to talk about a follow-on to the New START treaty. That's good news.
And a working group on cybersecurity and on business relationships. You smile.
Well, yeah, a working group on cybersecurity after what we know they did during our elections. And when I hear our president not willing to push back to defend our sovereignty against a hostile intervention in our elections, it makes me very nervous about any cybersecurity working group between our two countries.
Hallie Jackson was in the room. I want to go to her now. Hallie, the press corps was, the questions were very, very direct here. They hit to the heart of these questions. What was the feeling in the room as the president refused to blame Russia?
I'm going to think about how to characterize the feeling in the room, Lester. I think a fair word would be extraordinary. I have covered this president since the moment he was sworn in and have never been at a press conference like this one. Starting with what happened just moments before the First Lady and the rest of the U.S. delegation went in, all the way to watching the president side by side with Vladimir Putin. U.S. intelligence agencies have agreed leads the country that did interfere with the 2016 election, and President Trump standing side by side with Vladimir Putin simply did not condemn that. He seemed to put equal weight to his own leader of the Office of Director of National Intelligence, as well as Vladimir Putin, saying at one point, well, Dan Coats says it was Russia. Vladimir Putin says it wasn't. He was strong and forceful in his denial. Vladimir Putin is an ex-KGB agent. Of course he was strong and forceful in his denial, Lester. He probably would not have been a great ex-spy if that was the case. So it was a moment that I think was certainly it is going to define, based on my reporting and based on the analysis covering this administration, it is going to define much of what President Trump has done here in Russia, has done here in Finland, rather, with Russia, and has done here overseas. There were so many striking moments, including when President Putin seemed to acknowledge, and it was a little confusing in the question and answer session, but he basically was asked, did you want President Trump to win the election? Putin said, yeah. I did, because he believed that he would reset, Donald Trump would reset U.S.-Russian relations. There was the what you might call both sidesism from Donald Trump. And then there was this remarkable, what seemed to be a deal put on the table from Vladimir Putin, where he said, sure, have the special counsel, Bob Mueller, come and talk with those 12 Russian operatives that the special counsel just indicted, but only if we get to go and talk with your U.S. agents about that as well. President Trump did not shoot that down. And so I think that this again, the word I keep coming back to, Lester, is extraordinary. There were, as we often sometimes see in these press conferences, reporters shouting questions. There were people trying to ask follow-up questions. The Russian media handlers didn't love that, so somebody else from Russia got a question. But truly a remarkable afternoon.
All right, Hallie Jackson, I want to bring in Pete Williams, our justice correspondent. Pete, you've been watching here. The president tried to deflect on this question of whether the Russians, moved to influence our election. And he did that by questioning these servers that are missing. What do we know about that?
Well, of course, the FBI did have access to Hillary Clinton's email server and, in fact, said that they couldn't find conclusively whether there was any proof that any foreign government ever hacked into it. If you recall from his infamous news conference in July and then his subsequent testimony before Congress, the former FBI director said that there were suggestive signs that there was an attempt to hack into the email server that she had in her home in New York, but they could never conclusively tell whether it happened. But the question of whether that was the original server and whether it was replaced and what happened to it has been a continuing question that people who want to attack the FBI have raised. Of course, on the other question, Lester, there is no extradition treaty between the U.S. and Russia, and I think President Putin's offer to let Bob Mueller come over and talk to the Russian intelligence officials who were indicted on Friday is a pretty empty gesture.
And a follow-up question here. Was there anything in what the president said that might be of other interest to the Mueller investigation?
No, I can't think that it would be. I mean, I think basically he's pretty much stood by his consistent. I think that the issue for the president has always been that he somehow equates any investigation of foreign meddling in the U.S. election with questioning the legitimacy of the outcome. He can't distinguish those two.
All right, Pete, thanks. I want to go to Richard Engel right now, who is in Moscow, where they're, of course, paying very close attention to this. What's your read on what we just heard, Richard?
This is what the Russians have been waiting many, many years for, an ability to see their president talking with the American president as equals, the American president treating the Russian leader as an equal, with a whole host of problems in front of them, trying once again to solve the problems of the world stage. You saw President Trump giving a speech that seemed like it was right out of the Cold War, talking about putting diplomacy ahead of the risk of confrontation between superpowers, although there's no indication right now that there is a confrontation or a potential confrontation between superpowers. And then this very interesting back and forth that we've been talking about, why the president refuses to accept his intelligence agencies and takes the word instead of Vladimir Putin.
Richard Engel, both presidents sharing what they say they talked about. Keep in mind that their first 90 minutes, actually first 2 hours, was the two of them together with only translators. So we don't fully know exactly what was discussed and to what extent it was discussed. Then they moved into the larger working group, the working lunch meeting, in which various advisors and experts were there to get some sense of whether there were areas of agreement. But and as Ambassador McFaul, you had pointed out that highly unusual that you would have this kind of meeting without someone there taking copious notes.
Didn't happen when I was in the government. We always had somebody to take notes, and so there's a lot we don't know. They did read out some of it, right? They want to establish a couple of these working groups and this back and forth. Just to be clear about the back and forth about investigating what happened. It's called an MLAT. It's not an extradition treaty, but it is a legal assistance treaty. And we used it when I was ambassador, for instance, to interrogate family members and relatives of the Chechen terrorists during the Boston terrorist attack, right? So FBI agents came to Moscow and interviewed people. That's not sending them back. That's not giving them back, because there was another gentleman we were really interested in having sent back. That was Edward Snowden. And Mr. Putin, of course, was not going to go along with that.
So would you consider this an empty gesture or one that would not be fully fruitful?
You know, I think it's rather empty. I mean, he's not going to set those people down. He completely denies that they had anything to do with it. He tried to mess it all up by saying private individuals throwing Soros in there, like they're not the government. Mr. Mueller was pretty clear. He said, give us some facts. Actually, Mr. Mueller gave quite a few facts on Friday, President Putin. Very specific facts. And these were government intelligence officers, not some random Russian hackers or private people like Mr. Soros.
I would just pick up on that point, and I know that President Trump said that, look, this didn't involve anyone in my campaign, and yet, Lester, we know that a number of individuals have been swept up, either indicted or have pleaded guilty, who were associated with his campaign. You have his former national security advisor, Michael Flynn. You also have his former campaign chair, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, George Papadopoulos, just to name some of them. So a number of people who were connected to his campaign have been swept up in the Mueller probe. The president wants to put a fine point on this investigation, wants to say that it's over. There was no collusion. Everyone knows that, he said yet again moments ago in that press conference. And yet the reality is the Mueller probe isn't wrapped up yet.
Let me go back to Hallie, who was at the news conference. Hallie, a lot of discussion about the relationship before this meeting today. The president has said some things that have left many of the European allies befuddled before he got here, including that the EU is a foe. And this may be a question that's not appropriate for you to answer, but did you get the sense that these were two foes standing side by side, or two men that respect each other and really consider themselves nothing more than competitors?
They addressed that in a way, Lester, talking about the idea of competition between the two. I think the question of respect is an interesting one, particularly if you think about where President Putin is looking at President Trump. I do think that at this moment in time, President Trump, when you look at how European allies are feeling, is doing a lot of what Vladimir Putin would want to see by going to, for example, NATO and talking extremely tough there, talking very tough, blasting some of our closest allies in Europe. Even before that, for example, at the G7 in Quebec, Vladimir Putin has wanted to undercut NATO, has worked toward that every day that he's been in office. And so President Trump going in and making these threats or talking about a warning to reassess U.S. involvement in NATO is significant in that point. And Lester, I do think, just to wrap up here, when you look at the idea of where the relationship is, the president said notably it was rock bottom. Now, today, as of 4 hours ago, that has changed.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you very much. The president saying the meeting went very well, but keep in mind that he really never set the bar, saying there were no expectations going forward. So that's something to consider as we consider what has happened here. But I think all would agree, an extraordinary, illuminating news conference from these two leaders after their meeting. We'll have full coverage when I see you on NBC Nightly News. For now, I'm Lester Holt in Helsinki, NBC News. Good night.
Who knows what was discussed there, and how Mr. Putin now is the master puppeteer of Donald Trump, the person who is in our Oval Office. Outrageous.
I just saw a picture of Huntsman and Pompeo while the president was speaking, looking a bit stricken. But to your point about patriots, to your point about resignations, what do you think the practical impact, just say by the end of business today, tomorrow, will be?
I don't know, and that's why I said in my tweet, Republican patriots all over the country, including in the Congress, where are you? When are you going to speak out and roundly condemn what Donald Trump is doing? And all of those good Americans who voted for Mr. Trump, believing that he was going to protect this country, I think you have now his demonstrated unwillingness, maybe inability, to protect this country's interests. I think this is a time for all Americans to rally and to say, Mr. Trump, you are not doing what is necessary in order to keep this country strong and safe. And Mr. Putin must be now with his team just rejoicing in what has happened in Helsinki.
Director Brennan, thank you so much for joining us by telephone. John Brennan, former CIA director, coming out of these startling comments by the president today. Let's go back to Frank Figliuzzi, former assistant director of counterintelligence at the FBI. Frank, I know you're in agreement with the director.
Yeah, to follow on to what John Brennan has said, what we saw the president do today was refuse to defend and stand with a U.S. federal indictment of 12 foreign intelligence officers who tried to undermine our election system. In refusing to do that, he chose to stand with Russia and walk away from our rule of law and our system of justice. Americans need to understand that, of all stripes. And those on the Hill who refuse to do something about it, to speak out against it, are essentially making that similar choice today. You either choose to stand with Team America or you're choosing to stand with Russia. And that's what we watched happen today. I could not have imagined a worse commentary today by the President of the United States.
Frank Figliuzzi, thank you. Hallie Jackson was in the room as well, seated not far from our friend Jonathan Lemire. Hallie, what was the reaction like when you were getting these answers in real time? All I can do is ask the Russians. I don't see any reason why it would have been the Russians.
Right, why it would be. Frantic typing and note-taking, Brian, as you might imagine, as every reporter was sort of furiously reporting and immediately analyzing what President Trump had said. Kudos, by the way, just since we're talking about it, to Jonathan Lemire and Jeff Mason of Reuters for asking some sharp and pointed questions today of Vladimir Putin. It didn't necessarily, the follow-up questions, sit well. I don't know if you could tell on camera, but the Russian media handlers here, at one point, Vladimir Putin says, well, now the Russians get a third question because of the follow-up questions from the U.S. press, Brian. But the reaction in the room, I've covered this president when he was a candidate and since the moment he was sworn in, and I haven't seen a press conference like this one. This was extraordinary from the moment before it began all the way up to when the two leaders walked out of the room, with Donald Trump, the president, seeming to engage in, very clearly, as you talked about in that quote just there, both sidesism in a way, saying, well, my director of national intelligence tells me one thing, Vladimir Putin tells me another, and sort of, to paraphrase or to throwing up his hands. The question now is, as we move ahead, how does this sit with, for example, lawmakers on Capitol Hill, who some of them have been reluctant to come out and speak out against this president. Some of them believe that the president is a political ally and want him on their side. That's one of the angles we're watching. We will also watch how this verbal grenade of a press conference lands in Europe with allies internationally, not just, for example, in the EU, but others, including Canada, Mexico, elsewhere, and particularly those allies who are under the threat of Russian aggression at this point. You heard the two did address Crimea. That was a point of distinction where the two did not agree. The president, according to Vladimir Putin, did think it was continued to be illegal, Russia's annexation. President Putin obviously thinks it is not. Moving forward, this is one of those press conferences where you're going to be playing those sound bites over and over and over again, Brian, because it is very significant. The president, again, refusing to publicly condemn, standing side by side with Vladimir Putin, Russia's election interference, and more than that, calling to an end to an investigation that is investigating that interference. Again, remarkable day here in Finland. These two leaders talking for some 2 hours, one-on-one, solo. The president, that was interesting, said, Vladimir Putin forcefully and strongly denied the election interference. Vladimir Putin is an ex-KGB agent, Brian, and he has denied this election interference from the very beginning. He would be unlikely to do anything else in the room with Donald Trump. And so we are reporting out now, working on reporting already some of the reaction from inside the administration, from outside the administration, and elsewhere, because that is where the story is going at this point. In the room, by the way, empty now, totally packed. I would say not an empty seat in the House, but you know there was an empty seat, that journalist who was forcibly removed just prior to the start of the U.S. delegation walking in. There's a balcony above where we are. I don't know if you can see it in your live shot, packed with members of White House staff and journalists as well. Intense worldwide interest in what these two leaders had to say. No surprise there, Brian.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Richard Engel standing by in Moscow. Richard.
Well, I don't think they could have asked for anything more here. Not only did they get the summit, in which just after these indictments had been laid out, then they got the two leaders dismissing them, agreeing that they were a hindrance, something that was getting in the way of their relationship. You had President Trump talking about how he commiserated with Vladimir Putin, saying that this was all an attempt by the Democratic Party to undermine his election. And then you had this false offer from the Russian presidency, in which Russia offered to help out with the Mueller investigation if the United States would allow Russian investigators to go and look into Bill Browder and the Magnitsky Act, which, by the way, is the reason that U.S. imposed sanctions the U.S. has imposed sanctions on Russia, and other instances in which the U.S. intelligence agencies have been interfering in Russian politics. So this is, by the way, after Vladimir Putin has said that there's no truth to these allegations. So then he says, yes, we'll cooperate if you give us access to the CIA and give us access to the case that is imposing sanctions on Russia.
Richard Engel in Moscow. Richard, thank you. A couple details from people who were watching. Senator Lindsey Graham, in a tweet that starts out as a potential nominee for the Understatement Hall of Fame, missed opportunity by President Trump to firmly hold Russia accountable for 2016 meddling and deliver a strong warning regarding future elections. Graham continues, this answer by President Trump will be seen by Russia as a sign of weakness and create far more problems than it solves. Senator Jeff Flake, I never thought I'd see the day when our American president would stand on the stage with the Russian president and place blame on the United States for Russian aggression. This is shameful. On the phone with us, Jonathan Lemire, the Associated Press, someone who often comes on our broadcast and other broadcasts on this network. Jonathan, you're getting a lot of credit, obviously, for your persistence and your focused questions. Were you surprised at the president's reaction to your one question? All I can do is ask the questions. I don't see any reason why it would be Russia.
Hey, Brian. Quite a day in Helsinki. This is a moment where the president had a chance to say to the world, who did he believe? The United States intelligence agencies, who have all concluded that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in order to help him win, or Vladimir Putin, who he had said forcefully denied it and who we heard deny it here on this podium in the hall. He chose not to answer it. He chose not to say that he believed the U.S. intelligence agencies, and instead talked about what we have heard him say time and again on the campaign trail, talk about Hillary Clinton's emails, talk about the Democratic National Committee server. He missed an opportunity to stand up for the U.S. intelligence agencies, one, but two, he missed an opportunity to tell Vladimir Putin and Russia to never do this again. He chose not to. He did not stand up to do that.
Also, I note he noted the incredible offer that Putin made to help investigate these intelligence professionals in the indictment.
He did, yes. That was something that was obviously discussed today. They had a lengthy, more than 2-hour solo meeting, and then again, another one a little later, a little longer, a little shorter with some aides. And clearly this was an effort by Vladimir Putin to try to seize control of the narrative of this investigation. We saw just, of course, on Friday, a dozen Russian military intelligence agencies were indicted by the U.S. Justice Department. And Putin, of course, did not suggest that he would necessarily extradite them, but he did have this offer of cooperation. But it came with a catch. He suggested that he would want the same in return and have Russian law enforcement be able to interview Americans who he say have committed various crimes here on Russia's soil. And the President Trump, though he did not fully officially commit to that plan, you're right, he certainly seemed intrigued by it, and he seemed to grab it as almost a way to, another effort to, if this is going to happen, then perhaps there's less the need for the special counsel's ongoing investigation.
All the while, the president relitigated the election, talked about Hillary Clinton's email servers, the 30,000 emails, which were last mentioned in the public discourse last Friday when we learned that the Russian effort to get those emails started the day the president said it on camera in terms of the question from Katie Tur. The Democratic National Committee, his Electoral College victory, this all came up again, Jonathan.
It almost felt like a campaign rally there for a minute. You're right. This is not President Trump thinking about the future of the nation necessarily, or safeguarding it from future attacks from Russian hackers for any other down the road election interference. This was him talking about him, as he so often does not necessarily look at the national gain, but rather the personal view. And he was very on the defensive with our questioning, and made it very clear that, as we have seen time and time again from the president and his allies, that whenever there's some sort of breakthrough in the special counsel probe, in the Russia probe, whether it's Uranium One or Hillary's emails, by the week it seems they grab onto some other part of this probe, tangential at best, and try to make that the story in an effort to distract from the special counsel's ongoing proceedings. He did here today, and it's of course that much more striking to do it today on foreign soil, in standing alongside the man the U.S. intelligence agencies believe directed the election meddling.
Well, it was your questioning today that have led to one of those clips that we will be seeing forever and ever, that will help to tell the story whenever it ends, however it ends. Jonathan Lemire of the Associated Press, one of our frequent contributors, whose pointed questioning today brought out some of the enduring quotes from this event in Helsinki, Finland. Jonathan, thank you. And Bill Kristol stands by for us, Weekly Standard editor at large. Bill, take it away. What do you make of what you just witnessed?
Now, I share the alarm of some of the other former government officials you've had on. I do feel that today turned what's been an ongoing problem of Donald Trump as president in terms of his attitude towards and behavior towards Russia, towards President Putin, has turned a problem into a crisis almost. And I really don't know where we go from here. People can say Republicans in Congress should speak up more. I think that. I've said it. People might suggest that some people should resign from the administration. Maybe we'll see that. But Trump remains president, and we have a president who's now we are in really uncharted waters. That's why going forward, I really don't know what to do, what to say people should do, and I worry. I worry about the country now.
Well, Bill, more than that, there's better than even odds that Republicans in the House are still this week going to try to plow ahead and impeach Rod Rosenstein, or at least try to gin up enough votes to get interest in it.
Yeah, I think I hope that'll just be a small minority. And look, Republicans in Congress could do a lot. I suspect some people in the administration, I wouldn't be surprised to see some resignations, especially from the second and third tier officials who have tried to do their best to push back against Trump's predilections on Russia and now see that they've failed. But again, I come back to, I do feel just personally, this has been an ongoing problem. There's a reason some of us were never Trump, remain never Trump. But Trump has been a problem, as I say, and now I feel it's a crisis of real urgency. And I'm not sure what we can do except try to contain him in various ways. People in the administration, I suppose, will try to do their best, in Congress, elsewhere. But we've never quite had a situation. We've had presidents who pursued foolish policies, presidents who've made mistakes, God knows, of all kinds. I'm not sure we've ever had a president who's. Have we ever had a president who stood next to a dictator who has attacked our country in all kinds of ways, to say nothing of everything else he's done around the world, and basically refused to take sides with the U.S. government against him, and if anything, has bent over backwards to be friendlier to Vladimir Putin than to the U.S. Justice Department, the U.S. intelligence community, prior American administrations. It's really extraordinary.
Brian, the president also said we've never had such a bad relationship with Russia, but in the last 4 hours it changed. Last I checked, President Trump has been in office for over a year. He met with Putin more than once last year and spoke on the phone. So what happened those other times that made it worse and suddenly now 4 hours of magic? Baloney.
To Bill Kristol and others, this is normally Andrea Mitchell's noon Eastern time slot. We're getting Andrea ready, and she will take the reins here in just minutes from now. Bill, one last question to you, and that is, let's name names. Think of Ambassador Huntsman, who now has to go back to Moscow and kind of protect and preserve the status quo. Think of Bolton, think of Pompeo, think of Kelly. Kelly's old enough to have been a Cold Warrior in the U.S. military. Pompeo, first in his class at West Point. What are these individuals going to do, and how long a plane ride home is this going to be?
Yeah, I really don't know what they're going to do. I do think we might see some resignations soon, maybe some immediately. Someone like Fiona Hill, who's the senior director for Russia on the National Security Council, well respected, can't possibly be comfortable, or even not comfortable is an understatement, with what the president said and did today. But Stephanie's point is key. If I could just elaborate on it for a second. The fact that the president believes everything has changed in the last 4 hours, i.e. believes everything has changed since he personally met with Putin, is in a way the most dangerous thing of all. You know, he feels emboldened in some sense now, I think, to pursue policies that before he was pursuing, perhaps with some caution. He's doubled down on taking this country in a direction that's friendlier to Putin, taking his presidency in a direction that's friendlier to Vladimir Putin than to the rest of the U.S. government.
And I'd remind our viewers only that there's going to be more in the form of a very comfortable interview the president was planning on doing prior to leaving Helsinki, with a joint interview with Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity of Fox News, where he is likely to get even more comfortable and double down on some of these points. Time will tell. Also here in the studio with us, Rick Stengel, former Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs under President Obama, also former managing editor of Time Magazine. He's an MSNBC analyst. Your take on what we just witnessed.
So, Brian, the Constitution says that the president must take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That is his main job. We saw the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, the president of the United States, stand up next to a Russian dictator and take his side against the law enforcement agencies of the United States. That's a stunning development. I mean, if you saw that in a movie, you would question it and say that it was absurd. So it was a very dangerous state of affairs there. Trump's mastery of whataboutism, when he's asked about the intelligence officers that committed a crime against our republic, starts talking about Hillary Clinton's emails. I mean, there's absolutely no symmetry between that at all. He's just trying to deflect that. One of the things I do think is that's been a problem, and I don't know how to address it. I'm sort of with Bill. I'm a little bit gobsmacked and flummoxed at the same time. We are under attack from Russia. If there were physical missiles, like during the Cuban missile crisis, Americans would be in the streets and protesting and asking for the president to protect us. These are invisible missiles. These are digital missiles that are going into our system. We can't see them. We have a hard time explaining them. DNI Coates said that the red light was blinking like just before 9/11. I mean, we are in a very difficult situation, and I think there has to be a better way to explain this to the American people and then make the American people alarmed by what is happening to us.
Well, who do we see about this? You know what I mean? We have the president flying back on Air Force One to the United States from that appearance. We have people with highfalutin titles in the House and Senate and Washington in the cabinet. Presumably their job would be to protect the American people against this. Who
are you asking for the phone number for customer service?
I don't know.
But I do think, I mean, we keep hoping and praying that there will be Republicans from the other side that peel off and just say, you know, as an American, as a patriotic American, I have to stand up and say this. I hope that will happen. I think the press has a very, very important role to play. I mean, we are really under the spotlight with that phrase that, you know, Trump used, enemy of the press, which is from Stalin, by the way. We have to continue doing our job, and we have to hope that people continue to speak out. And I do think that we lived through a period where there were people protesting in the streets every day in the 70s. Why is that not happening now? Why are people not saying, look, we are under attack, we're protesting against the president who is not taking care that the laws be faithfully executed?
Brian, in terms of who do you call, Senate Intelligence Chair Richard Burr, a Republican, in May of 2018 said, there is no doubt that Russia undertook an unprecedented effort to interfere with our 2016 election. Now, we just saw President Trump, when asked, basically side with Russia. The definition of patriot, and that's what Republicans like to say they are, a patriot is someone who defends the honor of their country. We just saw the President of the United States do the exact opposite. So the question is, where do patriots stand on this?
Andrea Mitchell, standing by in Helsinki, where she too has witnessed all of this, is ready to take this the rest of the distance. Andrea.
Well, thanks to Brian and Stephanie and Rick Stengel and all of you. Here in Helsinki, we've all been talking about that extraordinary performance. Remarkable news conference. Presidents Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, a former KGB officer, President Trump calling the Russia probe ridiculous, calling it a disaster for our country, refusing to say, standing next to Vladimir Putin, whether he believed the U.S. intelligence community, his own appointees and their predecessors, or Vladimir Putin. And this only days after 12 Russian intelligence officials from their military intelligence were indicted by the U.S. Justice Department by the Deputy Attorney General announcing it, also a Trump appointee. Here's a little bit of how that went.
I think that the United States has been foolish. I think we've all been foolish. We should have had this dialogue a long time ago. I think that the probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. Zero collusion. And it has had a negative impact upon the relationship of the two largest nuclear powers in the world.
We should be guided by facts. Could you name a single fact that would definitively prove the collusion? This is utter nonsense. Just like the president recently mentioned.
Does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
And Vladimir Putin went on to say that he did not even know Donald Trump, but there were 500 business executives in Moscow back then, and he did not even know him. So denying, at least that, or not denying, but brushing off questions about whether there was any compromising information or a dossier, not addressing whether there was any compromising financial entanglements between the Trump family, the Trump organization, and Moscow. Kelly O'Donnell was in the room. Kristen Welker is also here standing by. But Kelly, first to you, the shock of seeing the American president standing next to Vladimir Putin and essentially taking his side against American intelligence was stunning.
It really was, Andrea, and I've been in Putin's presence before with previous presidents, and the feeling was quite different. We knew that this was a high-stakes moment. President Trump trying to create a better bond with Russia on all the issues they talked about, but everyone also knew these pressing questions would be raised, and would they address them? Shocking, to say the least, that President Trump denigrated the work of the intelligence communities and law enforcement, certainly posed doubts about it, raised other conspiracy issues and things of that nature, and was so willing to accept the word of the Russian president. No one here, no journalist, no one watching expected Vladimir Putin to stand up and say, yes, we did it. No one expected that. But the president certainly should have been briefed and prepared to address that issue, that even in the face of denials from Putin, that there is a great deal of evidence been gathered by U.S. intelligence and law enforcement professionals. And it's not just about 2016. It's about the elections that are coming up in a matter of months and in the years to come. It was stunning. Now, while there's been a lot of discussion in the Russia investigation about a preference from Russia to Donald Trump during the election, to hear Vladimir Putin actually say that, yes, he did favor Trump, and he did so because Trump was talking as a candidate about a better relationship with Russia. That was a startling moment. Statesmen typically don't take sides, especially given the sort of kryptonite that represents in this discussion. So for President Trump, outside the country with an adversary, so much he could have said and did not say, and we'll be talking about this, I think, for years to come. Certainly, this is one of the news conferences that stands out as filled with surprises, filled with moments where we expected something to happen and it went in a different direction, and something I think the president will continue to be questioned about when we have opportunities to interact with him down the line. Andrea?
Thank you, Kelly. Having gone through that, Kristen Welker is with us as well. Kristen Welker, the President of the United States, 2 years after that election, cannot give up, cannot let go of his feeling that someone is challenging his legitimacy. He's still talking about Hillary Clinton. He's talking about her server. He's citing conspiracy theories. And that is getting in the way of any rational conversation with him, apparently, by his advisors about the dynamic here with the successor of Vladimir Putin.
It was remarkable, Andrea, and you're right, President Trump cannot de-link these two issues, his electoral victory with the investigation into Russia's meddling in the U.S. election. But as Kelly points out, it was just stunning to hear the president essentially refuse the chance to say on the world stage, yes, we believe Russia did this, and we are not going to tolerate it. We're not going to tolerate it moving forward, and we're going to put the proper protocols in place to make sure that it never happens again. I can tell you there's already been sharp reaction from Capitol Hill. You have Lindsey Graham coming out and calling this a missed opportunity. Jeff Flake, even stronger in his words. Andrea saying that this is shameful. Those are, of course, two Republican lawmakers, so I expect that we're going to continue to get very strong reaction throughout the day. And a couple of other headlines, Andrea, you heard President Putin essentially float the idea of some type of joint investigation, allowing Bob Mueller's team to come to Russia to talk to those 12 Russian intelligence officials who were indicted on Friday. That was striking. Will that ever happen? Likely, if you talk to foreign policy analysts, that is going to be pretty unlikely. We'll have to track that closely. But then also, Andrea, you had President Trump saying, look, there's blame on all sides, essentially going back to his talking points that Americans bear responsibility as well. And then really wanting to make the case that the Russia probe is over, that Mueller's finished his investigation, saying, look, this had nothing to do with anyone from my campaign. When the reality is, Andrea, as you and I know all too well, a number of his former campaign officials have either been indicted or pleaded guilty as a part of the Russia probe. His former campaign chair, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, George Papadopoulos, just to name a few, and of course his national security advisor, Michael Flynn, who lied about having contacts with Russian officials during the transition. So for the president to say, look, this had absolutely nothing to do with my campaign, everyone knows there's no collusion, he said just moments ago. This is an investigation that is ongoing. The president continues to want to try to say it's finished, but that's just not the case, Andrea.
And Nick Burns, a former U.S. ambassador to NATO during the George W. Bush administration, joins us as well. Nick, one thing that occurs is that Donald Trump believes that he's got the politics on his side, that he has so sullied the reputation of the Mueller probe with his repeated claims that it is a witch hunt, that he can get away with this politically at home, especially with Republican control of Congress. And on the world stage, is this less of an issue? This, what many would say, disgraceful performance with Vladimir Putin, is this less important than reasserting that Putin should not have annexed Crimea? Where do you see the foreign impact or fallout from this?
Andrea, I think the enduring image from this press conference will be the weakness of Donald Trump. That's how the rest of the world is going to see it. The weakness of Donald Trump alongside Vladimir Putin. Not a word of criticism on Russia's annexation of Crimea. Trump didn't even mention the nerve agent attack by the Russian government against the United Kingdom. He had multiple opportunities to criticize the Russians for the cyber attack on our election. And then the cowardly response by President Trump when he did not even defend his own intelligence community and the FBI against the word of a dishonest Russian dictator. I was trying to search in my mind. In modern presidential history, going back 100 years, there's nothing comparable where the American president effectively concedes point after point to a dictator, the most dangerous adversary of the United States. And I just imagine how it feels to be a career Foreign Service officer at the State Department, or someone at the CIA, or the Justice Department, or the FBI right now, when your president has just sided with a dictator over all the work that they've done. It's shocking. It's going to hurt us around the world. It'll look like, after that terrible trip at NATO and the criticism of Prime Minister May and Chancellor Merkel, the denunciation of NATO, President Trump calling the EU a foe of the United States, this has been a disastrous trip by the president in terms of American power and how other countries view us.
Nick Burns, and we want to play again that moment with the soccer ball, just when things were getting particularly tense. Vladimir Putin pulls out a soccer ball, of course, a high on the victory of Moscow hosting the World Cup, and the congratulations from President Trump that opened both his bilateral meeting and the news conference for how successful that was for Russia on the world stage. And Putin then presents a soccer ball. Well, right now, Lindsey Graham has tweeted, "Finally, if it were me, I'd check the soccer ball for listening devices and never allow it into the White House." Joining me now is Chris Dickey, veteran journalist, world news editor for the Daily Beast, here with me in Helsinki. Chris, your response?
Well, I think in front of the whole world just now, we witnessed the collusion of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. That's really what we were looking at. However you want to interpret it. Was Trump taking direction from Putin? Absolutely, he was taking direction from Putin. Had he met for 2 hours and 10 minutes with Putin? And is there every evidence that he didn't really understand what was being discussed, that he didn't really have any background on the issues that were being talked about? Absolutely. When Putin came out, he articulated one after another, point after point, and anybody who knows the history and the environment for the various issues, whether Syria, Ukraine, investigations of past murders by Putin's secret services, knows what crap that was. But Donald Trump does not. And for 2.5 hours, he listened to that and then came out and talked about his own election and Hillary Clinton and defended Vladimir Putin against the intelligence services of the United States of America. If that's not collusion and also stupidity, I don't know how to describe it.
Well, Chris Dickey, for Katie Tur, our colleague who covered Donald Trump every step of the way, this must have been a bad recurring dream to hear all of the rally lines repeated on the world stage about Hillary Clinton and her servers against all of the evidence that was arrayed and declassified by U.S. intelligence and presented by Rod Rosenstein on Friday. And to see the President of the United States disavowing his own intelligence agencies.
It's one thing to hear that in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's a whole nother thing to hear it in Helsinki while the president is standing next to Vladimir Putin, the man that our intelligence community and Donald Trump's own colleagues in his administration and his own Republican colleagues in Congress have said meddled in our election, interfered in our election, attacked our election. He did it again today. So certainly